world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost, shares a story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign on. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, rocket wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a rocket wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold, it's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, rocket wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a rocket wolf here.
And a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone, wherever you're at in the world. We are live in the Rocket Wolf Studios in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. Hope you are doing well. It is a Waffles Wednesday here. Still a Taco Tuesday in the UK, Europe, and Africa, and the USA, Canada, and Mexico. It is also at 9:76 Swatch time, internet time for me. And it's the exact same time for you, no matter where you're at in the world. We are synced to the same clock. And yeah, we started out our morning very crispy this morning. We started out at 57, went up to 61 about an hour ago, and now we're at 65. Looking for a high of about 79, 80 degrees this winter. Yeah, nice and warm. All right, looks like all the bots have gotten here on a beautiful morning. What an awesome sunrise. And yeah, it is time to get our hump day started. So why don't we take a look at the game we're playing. Let's get on over there to our game scene and fire up our game of the day. And we're going to be playing some Railroader. See what kind of chaos we can cause and what kind of accomplishments we can make, if any. Where is it? Here it comes. I think. There it is. Wow, we got a little bit of a delay going on there. Let me get a refresh going and see what our actual delay to the stream is. Yep, there we go. About 3 seconds. That's not horrible. All right, let's get the rocket rail training session going. Yeah, so not much exciting going on in our world. Pretty much the same old, same old. And there we are. All right, we needed to get all this cargo moved over to the interchange. So we've got everything out of the way. Let's see what's over at our interchange to pick up, if anything. Yep, so we got some deliveries to make to Ella House and Whittier Sawmill and to Stenzel. All right, so as far as unloading our stock, we can definitely put it on this line in between and then come back and pick up our deliveries. So our interchange is actually those tracks. And they are pretty long. That's plenty of room for cargo. All right, where is our time? There we go. It is 10:34 in the morning. That's plenty of time to do all of the things. So we'll just scooch up here and get down here to... Looks like we could pretty much connect everything because it's all going to the interchange. Yep, every one of them. So eight cars going to the interchange, and we should be able to drag all of those. Hang on, let me get my window repositioned here. There we go. All right, let's get a little move forward here. Get our motors revved. And we'll get up just past this switch here. And put the brakes on a bit. And we'll open this switch. Now it won't matter which one we pick up first because all 8 of them are coming in. And let's just go for the shortest distance. That's the ticket. And we'll slow it down a touch. And we'll get a clunk. Very good. We'll open that up and connect it. And that one is closed. We don't have any handbrakes on. We'll just come back far enough for this switch to switch. That's 240 tons. That's pretty massive. All right. Switch that switch over. And that should bring us up to this one right here. Perfect. Let's get those open, get those connected, and make sure we don't have any handbrakes set. And that one is closed. All right. All good. Now we've got a healthy 438 tons. I didn't even check to see if we were oiled. Oh yeah, some of these need oil for sure. All right, let's slow this bad boy down. And we will switch to switch. Let's get these guys oiled up. Oiled is good. All right. Now, last but not least, our wood chips. And a little more drag. And a little bit more. Very good. All right. And we are connected. No handbrakes on. Yep, there is a handbrake on this one. And that is definitely closed. All right, now 10 cars, 650 tons. And this time we're going to back all the way out to this switch right here. Yeah, that's a lot of weight to pull. Oh, hold on a second. We'll be right back. Hot blanket, Alex. All right, where were we? Backing up to this one switch. Yeah, we got enough track to do that. Barely enough track to do that. Maybe not. Yeah, we'll have just enough to do that. Wow, only enough room for one more car. If it was 9 cars, that would be the max. Okay. And we're just going to clear this switch right here. That is a lot of weight to push. That's on oiled wheels, too. See how far it'll coast. It'll keep going. All right, we are going to come back here. And we are going to slide onto... Yep, we're going to slide onto this middle track. I'm going to have to do an end around to come and push these where they need to go. We are going to the Whittier Sawman. Mr. Wicked, how are you doing? Where's the people that are tied to the track? I know, right? We need a damsel in distress tied to the rails. We need Lone Ranger to show up. And we also need bandits that have tied dynamite to the track to stop the train. How you doing this evening? Oh yeah, we're all good in the down under hood. Thanks, mate. Nice crisp, chilly temperatures this morning. Yeah, you know, so we need our own sheriff and whatnot and railroad crews to go make repairs. That would be really awesome. Send a repair crew to the track and watch them actually repair the track. All right, that gets just about the whole train on the track. That should be good. All right, now, where are we going? So Stenzel is the last 2 cars. Sawmill is S1 and 2 for 3 for 4 of the cars. And then C2 gets 1 of them. All right, so what we can do is we'll push the Ella House car just past here and disconnect it. We got to head up here anyway just to back into this will be our C2. C2 is on the left, I believe. Yeah, C2 is on the left. So we'll push that one in first, then disconnect, and then deliver the rest of the other 4 onto SO1 and SO2. No, I haven't tried that. I wonder if there's an animation involved in that. Probably not, but it'd be cool to see all the metal go flying in the wheels and, you know. That would be pretty awesome. All right, so we do need to get on behind. We'll do a push for these guys. Since we're on flat level ground, let's just use the handbrake on this one. And, we'll just back out. Pop the airlines. And we're only using one handbrake because once the airline is braked, the brakes on the cars automatically kick in and lock the wheels. Masked Bandit, how are you doing? Thank you very much for the redeem. First in stream. Chat only? That's all right. We know you're going through some struggles with the silly ISP issue. Hope you're doing well otherwise. Yes, there is. This map right here, I'll show you the whole thing in just a second. As soon as we get connected up here. Before we go anywhere, let's make sure this handbrake is on. And put a little bit of drag on the brakes. As we get closer, don't want to be any faster than about 3 miles an hour. Two is pretty ideal. Boom, and once we're hooked up, all right, and this will continue to be a push. We can release the handbrake. And there's a handbrake up here as well. There we go. All right, we're just going to push straight on through, but before we do, this is our rail system for right now. So we are going to have to build toward Wilmot in the Thomas Valley, Wilmot and Barkers, or Dillsboro anyway. We have a train up at where is it? Up at the bridge. So we've got construction going on wherever this bridge is. Can't really see it on the map. But we are building a bridge. Not that one. It's out past Ella. Hang on. That's Conley Creek. The bridge we're building is out toward Ella Station. Which is right here. And rail has to be laid across the bridge now. And once rail is laid across the bridge, so we've already emptied out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like we got them all empty. Yep. All right, so we've emptied out everything that needed to be emptied. We used all the materials to get the bridge built. So I guess we'll have to go back and get railroad ties and rails. Do trains advance through age? They advance as quickly as you have money in the bank. So right now, we've got 3,300 in the bank after we bought our new engine. So what happens is as you earn a bank account, you can come through and purchase these trains. So we've got this 10-wheeler T17, and we've also picked up the switcher. Mr. Tibbs, how are you doing, mate? Good to see you this evening. I don't know if we got bullet trains. Hoppers, tanks, tankers, flat cars, steel box cars, passenger cars, diesel engines. So we've got 6-axle diesel engines, 4-axle, and switcher diesels. So right now, the biggest one we have is a 6-axle diesel electric locomotive. When our bank account gets enough for that, I need another 50 grand for one of those. So we'll go ahead and deliver these and then go pick up our empty cars and bring them back here. So we can get them loaded with railroad ties and rails. These guys are all empty, so it shouldn't take much to get them underway. Let's make sure, they're all oiled. Going too fast to oil them now. That's all right. We'll push 2 past the junction and disconnect them. Yeah, funny that. Good thing the brake is actually a lever and not a foot pedal. So here's our brake right there. So don't fall asleep leaning on the brake, right? All right, a little bit of drag, stick our feet out on the ground, slow the train down a little bit. Switch the switch, change our direction. And before we go anywhere, since we are pushing these 2 away, actually we're going to push this one away. We're going to disconnect that, close that off. That one's going to Ella House, so we'll leave that one there. And the first one we're going to push to spot is this one right there. And then the rest will go over on the tracks behind it. So we're going to come back to this switch here. Flintstone braking, absolutely. So plenty of boot, plenty of sole on the boots. Stick your legs out, drag it in the gravel, and slow your train down. And this switch is set, and that switch is set, so both of those switches are set properly. And we'll just glide to a stop. We'll oil up the wheels just so that we have a bit more glide. There we go. Switch that one. Oiled. 52% on those. And 55% on those. 68% on those. I know, no zombies, right? How can you play a game without zombies attacking you? Okay. All right, we just need a little forward motion now. Slide on over to our C2 spot. I don't know, I haven't seen him in a couple days. Well, since last week, Tibbs. I think he's fully involved with the Valheim thing. He's probably having dinner right now. That's good. All right, so this one goes to C2 and the rest go over on that rail. All right, we'll get ready for the Flintstone feet to get on out here. I'm not going to go all the way to the bumper. I'm just going to make sure he qualifies on the track. So we'll slow it down a bit here. All right, he's on and good. Just put the handbrake on. Make sure we keep the air in the air brakes so it doesn't all leak out. And then I reckon we'll just come out to... We can come out to this switch. We should be able to get all of those out on that switch. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. No, we're only going to put 4 cars on. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be plenty of room to put it on that second one. Plenty of room. How's everybody's Taco Tuesday going? As you guys work your way into a Waffles Wednesday. I need to order a nice waffle maker today after stream. Alright, get the Flintstone feet out. Drag them on the ground. Switch the switch. Full stop. Full forward. And go. Now, there's a reason why. There's a reason why there's an SO1 and SO2. That's good enough. And it doesn't matter how you do it. So there's actually 2 tracks designated for SO1 and SO2. They don't tell you whether this shed is SO1 and this platform is SO2 or not. It really doesn't matter, but the idea is you can see these are already loading up 49 pounds of dimensional lumber. This one is 97 pounds of dimensional lumber. The flatbeds take longer to load up to full capacity than the box cars do. So it's technically a good idea to keep the box cars on one track together and put the flat cars on the other, because you may be moving the box cars out, or even the flatbeds may go out before the box cars are ready. And there's no sense in taking them to the interchange. They won't actually say ready for the interchange on the tag until they're 100% full. And I don't know if you can see it, but at the very bottom of that that little pop-up, it says 0.1 tons of dimensional lumber. It's got a gray circle to the left, and each car will have that. That's a progress of how far that'll go. And pretty sure the box cars will be 50 tons, and the flatbeds or flat cars will be 30 tons. So there is a method to the madness. It's not very visible. It's not very intuitive at all. But you can work that to your advantage just by keeping the flatbeds on one track and the box cars on the other. All right, we are taking these two to the Stenzel Manufacturing Company. They're both going to go on the same track. They're both box cars. and then we'll push the one car all the way out to Ella House. So let's get ourselves reversed here. So basically, the very beginning of this game, since there's not a whole lot of map to start with, it's really just a lot of shunting. Shunting being shuffling your box cars and flat cars and whatnot around a short distance to earn some cash. That's good. Get ourselves switched. And forward motion, and we're actually going to put this on 20 on our reverser. Having your reverser at full 100%, either negative or, reverse or forward, wastes a lot of coal and steam. That's fast enough for where we're going. We don't want to slam into that car in front of us, which would be cool if there was an animation associated with that. Oh, what's going on? Uh-oh. Hold on. Open, open, closed. Open, open, closed, closed, oiled. We lost steam for some reason. Maybe it's just because the incline was steep enough. That was weird. Coming in hot. All right, we'll make sure we're definitely coupled, connected, on, and we'll make sure this one is off so we don't leak air out. Good. And this one is oiled, ready to go. All right. So Stenzel Station will be first. Oh, this is where we're going, and we still have empties to pick up. All right, so what we'll do is we'll push onto the side track, push on to this side track, and we can push onto that side track, disconnect them, This guy's not quite done yet. These two are empty. We might see if we can dilate that a little bit. 26.8. Let's make sure we're not going, oh, I was afraid of that. Brakes! Screech! Forgot to set my switch. Forgot to set the switch. We got an ad coming up in about 5 to 6 minutes. This is almost 300 tons of cargo. No wonder he's got slow acceleration and deceleration. Didn't realize these 3 cars were so heavy. That's 288 tons of material going somewhere. All right, we'll switch that. Forward motion again. Now we can come out this way. Actually, we're going to switch this one. We're going to go straight on to right there. All right, 26.8 tons, 26.9, 27, 27.3. I don't know if that's going to be 28 tons or 30 tons. All right, we are going to put the Ella delivery right there. And then we'll pull all right, let me see how I'm going to do this. We're going to have to pull those out and reverse them. And then pull those in. All right, what order? Pull those out onto this rail. Those two need to be stored right there. Okay. Little bit of brake. And switch. Just past this switch. Rolling, rolling, rolling. And we got ads starting. All right. So we'll do our ad break and be back after the ads. All right, hang in there. Be back shortly. All right, we are back. Thanks for hanging out during the ad break. 135 stream streak, Bandit. Thanks very much for that support. It took an hour to get all 3 components to load at the same time. Components? What components are we loading? Oh boy, those guys slid all the way back to the full stop. I forgot to put a handbrake on. Didn't take any damage. No damage on that one. That's fine. That's a downhill. It slid down there. All right, so we need to come and collect these guys. 27.7, 28. I don't know if we're going to have enough guy. Oh, we're almost there. 28.4. 28.8. 29. 7 o'clock. 29.5. 29.8. 30 tons. That should show completed. There it is. Now it's completed. All right, 9 in the evening. It's going to be a little bit dark, but let's get these guys, get this guy reversed into boom. All right. Oh wow, we actually have lights on the rear now. Yesterday it wasn't working at all. Oh, this train has a rear light. It wasn't working on the other train because it didn't have a rear light. But there you go. And that's enough of an uphill climb. It should reduce speed. And that should do it. All right, connect it up, close it up. That one is open. No handbrake on that one. Handbrake on this one. And we'll release the handbrake. And closed. Now we should be able to just glide downhill. Oh, hang on. Something's not, no handbrake. Oh, this one's got a handbrake on. Released. And connected. And open. And open. Oh. That's good. There we go. All right, so we're just going to bring them out past this switch. And we're going to back them up to that rail right there. I hate doing this in the dark. All right, we'll switch that up. And reverse. On back. On back. That's good enough. We know where that one's going to. That one's going back to the Whittier interchange. So we will go ahead and disconnect that. Close that. Open that. Now, those guys had their brakes applied automatically due to lack of air. We'll go ahead and do the handbrake anyway. And we'll come and get this guy and put him where those three or those other two or other three were at. Yeah, we'll put the brakes on a little bit, slow it down. And a little bit more. And a little bit more. And bada bing, bada boom. And we are connected. Now, let's see if it will actually let me reverse. Nope, not without the airlines connected. Okay, that's fine. Connect them up, open them up. And open it up. Perfect. Oh, that's plenty fast enough. And we'll get on the brakes. And we'll stop them right there. Now this one will take a handbrake. So we'll put that one on. And we will disconnect right here. And yeah, we'll keep reversing. That's good. Just enough to switch. All right, now, do we have enough room to clear? No, we needed to push this a little bit further. We're still going to have to push that a little further out of the way. Come on with you. Now, not too fast. We don't want to slam in. That's good. Switch the track. And we'll disconnect. And we are going to reverse into those two down there. And we'll release. We'll release that handbrake. Yep. Well, I hear it leaking air pressure. Yep. There we go. Still leaking? Nope. There we go. All right, and a little bit of brake. Right about there. That should be good. And we will close that, disconnect that, and disconnect that, and then we can go over and pick up. That's the right direction. That's the right direction. Excellent. We can push this baby on over to Ella House. On the way back, we'll push those back to Whittier Exchange. Excellent. All right, slow it down a touch. Not too fast. And coupled and connected. Handbrake is off. And the front is closed. Very good. All right, keep on keeping on. And we want the front full. Well, it doesn't matter. The light's on the back of the car in front of it. Do we have a light in here? We do. Let's see. Sorry, I need to catch up here. Some kind of record took an hour to get all three components to load. Oh, three components: video, audio, and chat. So you've got everything now, right, Zombie? But it's just a really slow or limited connection, basically. Oh, we got something disconnected. Coupler is open. I can't see on that one. Oops. Forgot we don't escape out of the map menu. I can't tell what's disconnected. Something is disconnected. All right, we're coming up on a 30-mile-an-hour zone. All right, we'll put a little bit of drag on the brakes. just to get it under 30. Good song. Thanks for that song requests, Bandit. All right, that ends our 30-mile-an-hour limit. However, we are coming up to Ella Station in about half a mile. All right, let's slow this down a little bit. Yeah. So we'll have to zigzag to get in there. And reverse. Down to this switch here. It's doing it again. Oh, it did it twice. That's worth listening to twice. All right, brakes on. Switch the switch. Straight on up. Oh, that's enough speed. All right, we'll slow it down a little bit. Perfect. All right, let's set the handbrake and decouple. Oh, the air was closed. That's why. Sure was. All right. Reverse, please. And then this time we'll just come back past here. Doing a bit of zigzagging to get in and out of here. And that one is correct. All right, little bit of brake. Clear the switch. Hit the reverse. And let's get going. All right, let's use our reverse lamp. And we'll just make sure we've got our speed under 30 to get through there. And there's our speed limit sign, so we'll keep it at 30, at or under 30. And that ends our 30-mile-an-hour limit. We can go up to 35 if we want. 35 is all I want to risk on these rails either, because there's a couple of bends that are sharp enough we could derail. Totally unstable, not watchful, so I'm going to give up and read the rest of the night. No worries, Bandit. Have a good rest, have a good read, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that everything gets worked out shortly. It'll be nice to have a burden off your shoulders when all that gets worked out. One less headache, you know? Alright, now we're just going to remember we need to tap the brakes a little bit as we get through the Whittier depot so we don't slam into the cars that we're pushing back to the interchange. And let's make sure this switch is a pass-through. Alright, let's take a little bit off of the throttle. And let's hit the brakes a touch. Get us slowed down. A little more brake. And a little more brake. Oops. A little more oomph, please. There we go. That should lock us in. All right. First things first. Coupled up. Air is open. Air is open. And brake released. And engine cock is closed. Excellent. Continuing on. 206 tons. All the way back to the interchange. And we'll make sure we don't go faster than 25 through here. All right, all switches are set. This will be a classic churn and burn. We'll go get our log train's ready to go too. We're going to put this at the very end of the interchange because we've got 13 cars we have to fit in here as well. All the way to the very back. All right, let's hit those brakes. Up, let's go a little bit more. That's good. Perfect. All right, decouple. Leave that there. Close that one. Put the handbrake on. And we're going forward. Perfect. All right, now. I just made a mistake. We honestly could have picked up the Bridges train and pulled it back with us. It's 13 cars. I don't know if that would actually... I don't know if that would do the trick, though. We got a lot of engine. Primary mover. We could have done it, I suppose. Got plenty of coal and water. It's kind of a wasted trip. Well, not wasted trip. This is a wasted trip. It's a double trip out there. Where's our speed limit? Yeah, speed limit's at the junction. What's our safety record? 93% performance. Safety 88. Yeah, we might have had some 30% of overall reputation. Oh, our overall is down to 63. What? Why is our reputation down to 63? That's weird. We've made all of our deliveries. I mean, everything but passengers, right? Maybe we need to deliver more passengers? Yeah, our reputation's dropping because we're not delivering passengers. I bet you that's what it is. Maybe we need to get some automated passenger service going to get our reputation up. Because it's only from here. I don't know how to set that up for automatic, so might have to experiment with that a little bit. So passenger service can run on this rail. All the way up until they combine right here, past the curve, past the bend. Right there, that's where they combine. We could do that. I might bring the T17 up here. I might bring the T17 up to the passenger service. So it's double up to here, and then single the rest of the way until there. And it's still single till the bridge. Steady at 28 miles an hour going through the bend. It'll drop another mile an hour going through the other bend. So every time you hit a bend, it drops a mile an hour. All right, let's make sure our track switch is straight through. So we want this one to pass through. And then just past that switch. is the cars we're going to pick up. All right, we're going to have to be a little bit careful getting around the bend because we're going to want to slow our speed a touch. And I think it is uphill, so we're going to probably end up... We'll just take the throttle lever down. Oh, let's get on the binders. That's good. Three is good. Two is better. Done. Very good. All right, we'll put the brake on just a little bit as we release the handbrakes. And there's a handbrake at the other end as well. Which should be that one. Very good. Then we'll hook up our air. Air is hooked up and turned on. And let's make sure the one on the end of the train is closed. Yep, it's closed. All right, good. All right, ready to head home. Yeah, this is downhill. As soon as I released the brake, we were already headed. Okay. All the switches are already set all the way back to the interchange. All we have to do is pay attention to our speed limits and we'll be golden. We've got plenty of coal and water for quite a few more trips. All right, down here in the bottom left tells us that we've got air pressure to every one of the cars, so we can use the train brake so that there will be a brake on every single car to assist us in stopping. No other warnings. The only thing I haven't checked is whether these cars need any kind of oiling. No, they're at 99%. It's all perfectly fine. They only lost 1% of oil while they were sitting there being unloaded. The engine and the tender are only 97%, so that's fine. That one's got a long time to unload. That was over 50 tons of lumber to unload. Still got 50.5 tons. And it is 10 minutes to 10 p.m. in the game. We should be able to get these back to the exchange in time for the overnight sleep. All right, we'll get past Ella Station. We'll keep our speed at 30. $367 tons of empty flatbeds and box cars. All right, we got ads starting in about 45 seconds. That'll be our once an hour ad break. And there we go. All right, we're going to do a bit of a pause right here. And then we'll do our ad break. We'll be back in about 150 seconds. Hang in there. All right, we're back, and looks like the community will be back in just a few seconds. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out during the ad break. That supports the stream. I appreciate it. All right, that's the end of our 30. Pulling a lot of weight, taking a lot of throttle to get this bad boy up to speed. We should get back to the depot by 10 p.m. in game, or back to the interchange. Should be getting to a little bit of flat or downhill grade, which will give us a little more speed with a lot less power, a lot less throttle. Now, we're going to have to do a little bit of an end around because we're going to get our locomotive trapped between two trains on the interchange, I think. Actually, unless we have a free... I think we have a free... Yeah, we're coming in... We're going to come in along... Yeah, we're going to get trapped in there. So basically what we'll do is we'll bring it all the way back here until we connect up to these three bot cars. We'll just back it off the line to here and bring it around on the outside rail to the front. Yeah. That one's ready to go to the interchange as well. So we'll put one more car, that one right there, on the interchange as well. Get them all swapped out during our sleep. So we got 2 hours to do that in for the in-game timer. And that switch is already set. All right, and we'll put on a little bit of air brake. And a little more air brake. Three miles an hour is good. Excellent. All right, we'll put the brake on there. We'll go ahead and hook up this one. Make sure that's open. That's open. And we'll take the handbrake off of this one. That one stays closed. Very good. All right, now the front of the train. We will... Boy, you can't see squat here. Decouple that one. Close that one. Close that one. And we'll continue to back up. Do we have enough for 3 cars to fit at the front of this? Oh, yeah. Plenty of room. All right, continue to back up, please. And we'll back up to this switch right here. And a little bit of braking action. Switcher switch. And we'll just come to the front of the interchange switch, switch it back and back up right to there. And just for good measure, let's put that handbrake on. All right, and a little bit of brake action. And a little bit of reverse action. And we will be switching all the way back here. And switching all the way to back here to pick this bad boy up. We can coast from there. Perfect. Open that one up. That one's already open. And we'll go forward. Very nice. Just past this switch. That's good enough. As soon as we clear that switch, we'll knock it on over. And we're clear. And a little bit of brake. And back her on up. Straight on back until we connect right there. That should be plenty fast enough. All right, and we'll put a little bit of drag on that. And a little bit more. That's quite close enough. Very good. All right, let's handbrake this. And then we can disconnect. Done. All right. That's it for the interchange. That's a lot of vehicle or a lot of train cars to drop off for the night. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we can switch that over. And all of these are ready. All right, let's slow that train down a little bit. And we'll slow it down some more. She's coming in hot. Open. I can't see it. There it is. And open. And a handbrake on the very end. released. All right, all the brakes released and all the air pressure is good. Plenty of oil, 99%. It's 221 tons. That's not lightweight. That's going fast enough just to get past this switch. And then we'll use the train brake just to put a little bit of drag on it. All right, a little bit of train brake. And we are clear of the switch. And forward. 45% should do it. And let's just make sure that our switch up here is going to the Connolly logging camp. There we go. Very good. Taking a switch to the left. I think we've got a speed limit on the map. Nope. We will keep it under 25 for this bend, though. We derailed on this bend last time. Oh, we'll keep it at 25 if we get up to that speed. This is an uphill grade. Oh, what is this? Connecting and disconnecting from chat. What's going on there? Twitch. Twitch be having issues this week, hey? Yeah, 75% throttle, and we still slowed down pretty good for this bend. It's an uphill bend. It's gonna start to level out here. And we will start picking up speed. Sure enough. Sure enough. Water's ticking down pretty fast. We got plenty of water, but we're sure using it at 75% throttle. Alright, there's where we're parking right there. Still uphill. Yep, and as you can see, we're losing speed coming into the corner. And we're going to take the throttle down. We're going to let the hill bring down the speed quite a bit. We may or may not make it to the bumper. It's going to be close. We don't have to make it all the way to the bumper. That's just about perfect. All right, we'll put the brake on there. And we will apply a handbrake. Excuse me. Right there. And that will keep the train cars from going anywhere. So we'll go ahead and open the couplers and make sure we don't leak all of our train pressure out. All right. Now we won't need any reverse. We can roll downhill all the way back. However, we are going to sleep at this point. And we made $1,800. And our reputation went up. from 63 to 67. We received 3 new cars at the interchange. Oh, we ordered 1,800. Okay, yep. Oops. Oops. Dang it. Let's stay with our train just to make sure we don't go too fast. That's 26. We're going to put a little bit of brake on. Just because we don't want to go around those corners too fast. That one should be fine. Ooh, a little bit of tippy-tippy. This is the one that's going to be easy to derail on if we're going too fast. All right, here's the one that I've derailed on before, right here in this bend. She's tipping. She's tipping, but we're doing all right. Did not derail. We used a lot of coal and water going up, but we haven't used anything coming back down, so It's a trade-off. Balances out. We haven't used the throttle at all. We've been in neutral the whole time. And the only thing we've used is the braking. And we'll set our reversers on because at this point, we are going to use a little bit of throttle unless we coast all the way back to the station at 22, but I doubt it. Yeah. All right, let's see what new cars we've got at the interchange. And we'll make sure the switches pass through. They do. And we got 3 more cars for the sawmill. C2. Boy, they're piling up at the sawmill, hey? All right, we'll put our foot on the brake a little bit. Actually, we're going to push, so let's change this switch. Take our foot off the brake. And we'll push all the way down to this switch. All right, we'll slow her down just a touch. And we'll drift through. And we'll throw that switch and throw the brake lever. Change direction. Release the brake and let's get going. Oh. Okay, good enough. All right, coupled up. Open up the air. And open up the air. Handbrake. Release the handbrake. And that one is closed. Excellent. All right, pushy, pushy. And we are going to push all the way up to this switch right here. And then we'll back up and push all the way into that rail right there. Oh, that's right. That's a C2. That one's half full. That one's empty. All right, let's try something. These are all empties. This one has to be swapped out so that the empty goes behind it. These two don't matter because I'm going to this track right here while those fill up. This one has to be swapped around. That's all right. I can pull this one back, put it right there. Come and get the empty, throw it in, pick up this one. That'll work. There's plenty of room for 2 cars to fit there. Yep. In the meantime, let's disconnect these bad boys. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we'll do. Okay. I was just thinking that through just a little bit, just to make sure. Before we go anywhere else, we need to take a look. So our freight performance is 100%. Operation safety is 91. Passenger network condition was 0. That's why we've only got a 67. So we had 0 passenger fares. And we've got 86 ton of repair parts. Oh my God. You know what we should have done, dang it. I didn't know you had to click each phase. I thought you just automatically advanced to the next phase. So 8 cars for the Elliott Bridge site. Delivered to the interchange the next time the interchange is served, which is overnight. See, I should have done that before I changed the night. I didn't know I had to click for each phase. That's stupid. And you got to pay for it. Well, I'm glad I looked at that. All right, we got $1,000 in the bank, no loan, so we don't have to worry about that, and no loan interest. Condition is 100%. Condition is 99%. That's fine. Everybody else should be, well, we don't own these cars, but I guess we do own these cars. We do. They were given to us for free. Boxcar, yeah. Atlantic Locomotive Works. Really? We can't see it? Atlantic Locomotive Works. Which is not even on the map. But we own it. NR 50,000. That is ours. That's our logo, NR. National Railroad. This equipment will return once its way bill is fulfilled. Oh, we sent that off last time. Okay. That's right. That came from the train station. Never mind. That came from our shed. That had the parts on it. Okay. Train crew, none. Hey, Mr. Yolo, thank you very much. Lurky turkey. Thank you, mate. Thank you for the lurk. Okay. No crews. Do we need to create a crew? Create a train crew? Well, I'm the only crew. Oh, okay. This is for multiplayer? Hmm. No. $180 stream streak. Zombie. That is amaze, amaze, amaze. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that support. You lurked the last two streams? Okay, cool. Thank you for the lurks. Actions. Okay. That's where we are. But what we want to do is the 10-wheeler. No repairs needed. Don't need to sell it. But we do want to automate. We want to get it doing something. We want to automate it. Passenger service. Yeah, but I don't see where it says to assign it to. Well, we can assign me to it. Set a train crew to associate car with a specific job. Oh my
Raiders
goodness!
detected. Welcome and
It's
enjoy
a
your stay.
raid! Hope you got your raid coats on. Twisted with the raid. Oh no, Cyber Slayer with the raid. Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Twisted along for the ride as well. Thank you very much for that. How was the stream? Yeah, raid trains tonight for sure, for sure. Thank you very much for that. We were just trying to figure something out that seems elusive and mysterious. Yeah, we're all good in the down under hood. You were playing the car mechanic simulator. That one just had an update, didn't it, Cyber? I think that one just had a major update. More stuffs. We're just trying to figure out how to automate a job. And I don't see anything in the infos for it. Waiting for 2026 to come out. Wait. Hang on. Oh, we just started an ad. All right, everybody that just rated in is not going to have ads, but for everybody else that was already here, we've got our once an hour ad. Just bear with us while we make it through the ad break and a bio break, and we'll be back directly after that. Hang in there. All right, we are back, and thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate it. And I just realized I got a little confused there. Car mechanic is different than the one I was thinking of called car manufacturer, which just had some updates to it. I haven't even checked out car mechanic yet. Thanks, Cyber. Yeah, so I guess that's something else I'm going to have to check out. Are we disconnected? Let's make sure that's closed. And we'll leave the handbrake on that one just for a second because we're going to pull these back and put them where they belong at the sawmill. On the outside track. That one's done already, 40 tons. 30 tons for that one. This is a chilled, relaxing game. Build cars and repair client cars. All right. I am definitely going to have to check that out to see what that's all about. All right. Let's bring that one down past this switch. We've already got the switch into its spot. Done. And then we'll just spot these cars right about there. Perfect. And we'll spot those we'll spot those two right in here. That's where they're going. They can go on either side, but these guys are going to fill up before those two do. All right, we'll let that one coast in. Right about the middle there. Anywhere along here is fine. All right. Let's go ahead and disconnect. Close that one. The other one we can leave open and bleed. That's fine. We can set the handbrake on that. That's fine. And back we go. And we're just going to come and pick up that one. So we'll flip that switch because we are going that way. All right, put the feet down, Flintstone style. Switch the switch. And let's go get we'll get this one and we're gonna park it right there. That's fast enough. Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Not yet. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. Have to go get the one that's partially full first. Little eager on the job. No worries, Slayer. Thanks for the raid. Have a good rest when you get there. Hope you wake well rested. Thank you, and we'll see you on the next time, whenever that may be. Thank you for the boings. All right, I don't reckon we need any headlamps now that the sun is coming up. All right, Mr. Twisted. Hope things are going well for you down in SA. Have a great rest when you get there. Thank you for the twisted love. And a little more break. Oh, that was a little harsh. Oh, it might be nice if we actually connected them up. And we'll release the handbrake. And we're just going to park it right there, just so that it's out of the way. So we're only coming back to this switch right here. And we don't want to slam on the brakes or anything. All right, a little bit of brake. Just a little drag. There we go. And we want to go forward. Give it a little bit of steam. And we'll put it right about there. That should be enough to clear. Very good. Put the handbrake on so it doesn't slide anywhere, for sure. And then close that bad boy up, and then we can reverse on out and go get that other one. And as we pass this switch, we'll throw it, because that's where the empty cart's going to go. And we're cleared. We're going to throw it. And then we're going to back up to here and throw this one. That's good. A little bit of brake. Little bit of brake. And switch our direction. And we'll go get this other one. Hanging out here, waiting to get parked in there. Well, this has certainly turned out to be a nice, relaxing, chill Wednesday, hump day, waffle Wednesday for us. As the UK is fully into their Waffle Wednesday now, and the USA, Canada, and Mexico are quickly approaching their Waffle Wednesday, hump day. All right, very good. Release the handbrake, and We are coupled up, but we are going to turn on and connect the airline. All right, reversing back, and we're going to park this bad boy. And we're going to park it right there. Actually, we can use full reversers at this point. Mostly full reversers because we don't go, generally we don't go over 15 miles an hour in the train yard shunting cargo back and forth. All right, we're going to come back here, throw this switch. These other switches are already thrown and ready to go. This is a very chill train game as well. Building track, but it's not custom building the track or anything like that. It's just building as kind of like a mission. Or actually as a phase. You provide the materials to sections of track that connect you up with other cities and whatnot. Once we get these two parked, we have to experiment and figure out or learn how to do automated trains. Auto engineers, these guys right here. We have to figure out actually how that works. All right, now when we push the one that's partially full in, we won't connect them. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of glide to the bumper here, and we'll leave this one on the bumper. And we'll only push the other one close. So that one can begin filling, and then this one will finish. So this one is just about halfway done. Halfway full. That's good. Perfect. Release the brake and give it some brake pressure. And we'll go ahead and push that bad boy back in there. And a little bit of drag on the brake. Very nice. And we'll drop that one pretty much right at the front of this platform. Because we will be pulling that front one out first before that other one is filled up. All right, a little bit of Flintstone feet. Perfect. All right, now we will also handbrake that. And make sure we shut off our air. Just decouple. All right. Yay, those are all set. Let's back on out of here. And figure out how we can automate NR1. That's good enough speed to make it back here. And for the time being, we'll just kind of leave them parked there while we figure out the automation. The automation game. Get the switch switched. And Flintstone feet are out. Very good. And we'll throw him in neutral. So this is on manual. All right, so let's put the handbrake on just so he doesn't roll anywhere, uphill, downhill, whatever it's doing. And this one, let's select NR1. Uh-oh. We better do a save. I just saw a little bit of hiccup. I don't know if that was OBS or the game. All right, so let's get out of here. Let's first turn off our lights that we don't need during the daytime. And let's get on up in here. Now, this is set to manual. Road, yard, or waypoint. All right, let's check and see what we're doing. Road, run until finding a reason to stop. Yard is run on car count clearances. Not sure what that means. Run to a specific track location. I think that's what we want, but I don't know how many waypoints we can set. All right, auto engineers provide basic tools to help expand your reach. Different ways to play. Auto engineers work on a per engine basis. They receive orders via the control mode. Pop-out button on the HUD for selected engine. There's a control mode. Oh, down here. Waypoint. Max speed 35. Status at waypoint. Choose a waypoint. Click to set waypoint for NR1. Oh. Okay. Waypoint set. Clear waypoint. Stop moving to selected waypoint. Only one waypoint? Yep, we're here. We also need to load passengers. There they go. Because we're losing reputation. Okay. And release the handbrake. Ooh. Ah, as soon as I released the handbrake, he started doing it. Let's see if he speeds through the 25 or if he pays attention to the speed limits. He's set at max speed of 35. Wow. Didn't take any time getting up to 35. Cylinder. I saw 1 to 8. Reflects how much braking force is being applied. Ah. Alright, so the speed limit sign should show up on this side. Oh, he did. He slowed to 25. Oh, now he's picking up speed again. Alright, running to waypoint. Oh, now he's going 35 through... Oh, actually, 25 only applies to the branch line. How about that? I didn't know that. I thought it was 25 through any of the 3. Yep, there's the end of the speed limit there. Too long, a short, and a long for crossing a road. He's connected. At waypoint. I still have to do all of the coupling? This doesn't seem very automated. You know what I mean? The air is closed. And I can't see it on this side. And it is open on that side as should be. So is that, and it's coupled. So now it needs a new waypoint. You cannot set more than one. Click to set a waypoint. Well, this is not very automated. I mean, it's automated driving, but it's not. You know what I mean? All right, set passengers to Ella Station. I don't know, can I just tell it Ella Station? Nope. It's got to be actually on the track somewhere. All right, so let's consider the length of the passenger car. Uh, yeah, so one waypoint at a time. Oh, maybe it is 2 waypoints. Oh, he's already left. There he goes around the bend. All right. He's slowing down. Is he going to reverse? Oh, he is reversing. One waypoint at a time. One waypoint at a time. Wow. Yep, that's what it is. Green arrows and everything. Well, um, I mean, it's a little bit of automation. Waypoint based. Thing is, you've got to be, I guess you got to be fairly precise with your, the waypoint is actually measured by the front of the locomotive, not the cars. So you got to have a really good idea for long, like 8-car trains. I don't know. We'll have to see if the passenger car stops at the waypoint that I designated. So we're kind of having to experiment a little bit. $30 miles an hour. Obeying the speed limit, that's good. I wonder if... Take a look at yard and road after he gets stopped. All right, the S sign, station approaching, or station ahead. W means a road crossing coming up. All right, this will be interesting. Let's see if the front of the passenger stops there. Yeah, that's what's going to happen, I'll bet you. How about that? All right. We want it to stop right about there. All right, our passengers should start unloading. Any second now. There they go. Okay. And I'll bet you the waypoint for going back will be the back of the tender. As soon as all of these are offloaded, we should be able to tell those passengers to start boarding. There they go. Okay. Passengers. I guess we got to do that one. Interesting. All right, we'll get this figured out. I can't leave it. Apparently, it's not an unattended automation. It doesn't just offload and unload passengers. You still have to manually do that. Oh, we're getting more than 40. We got 41. Okay. No passengers waiting, so we can go ahead and set our waypoint. I wonder if I can do that. Yep, and it's still waiting for the waypoint. Okay, now we want the passenger train to be, our passenger car to be here, which means the tender is probably going to be right about here. All right, let's see how it handles that. This will be interesting. Definitely maintaining a consistent speed, better than I was, that's for sure. And quick to get up to speed as well. And also quick to stop. It's doing a whole lot better than I was. Peanut, I don't suppose you could bring me a water, please? Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Papa. Mwah. Love you.
No, love you. Learning where these waypoints get set in relation to which end of the train and compensating for locomotive and tender is going to be important, especially for long trains. Now, also, I have to read over it again, but I'm not sure if I actually have to manually set the switches or if it does the switching all by itself. I'm thinking that waypoint is going to be the back of the tender. Unless it's the back of the passenger car. That will be interesting. It looks like it's the back of the tender. Yep. All right, 41 passengers. They should start disembarking. Excellent. All right, let's see how many are waiting here. 46 passengers waiting, and the sawmill has one car waiting to go to switch list. Oh. I don't know if it's on the switch list. Huh. 48 passengers waiting. Okay. Very good. All right, Ella Station. Load them up. All right, so let's head to this bad boy. Let's select it. Set it to waypoint. And let's go over to Connolly Station or Connolly Log Farm, LP2, and set a waypoint to right there. I wonder if it'll release the train brake. I wonder if it'll release the train brake on its own. Or the handbrake. We can release it, but I have a feeling we're still going to have to do the glad handing ourselves. As long as it's got air in the line, it's not going to go anywhere. All right, I gave it a 23, even though NR10 is still up there. I'm sure it'll switch next time. Track speed is 20. Running to waypoint. Oh, track speed is 20 in here. I didn't see a speed limit sign. There's not one. Okay, we are loaded. Let's also give this this one's going to be NR17 because that's the T17. And let's give it a waypoint. Back at the Whittier Depot. Oh, that's where we're at. This will be Ella Station. And that'll be the front of the train. Right about there. And off you go. All right, we don't have to worry about that one now. Let's go back to the 23. Now it says 23 at the top. And we're coming up on its turn. Seems like 25 uphill is the fastest this one can go. There's no engineer. It's a ghost train. Look, you can see the handles in here moving. Power and brake handles. See? Throttle's moving all on its own. Which means the train brake will probably, or the independent brake and the train brake will go on its own. The reverser's at 20% forward. That's where I've been putting it too, so not too bad. And then the throttle's it's feathering the throttle between 7 and 20%. It says it's only 3 miles per hour. Oh, that's for 23. We're on 17, aren't we? Yeah, we were watching controls for 23. Okay, so it does need us to manually do the stuffs. Okay, we're coupled and connected with air. All good. So now it needs a waypoint. Now, this is going to be the interesting part. We are going to the sawmill, and we are going to R1. And since that is the end of the train and not the end of the tender or the locomotive, oh, that switched me to the inside of oops, now if I hit number 1. No. Number 1 is putting me on the passenger car train. Hmm. Oh. Number 3 puts me inside somewhere. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 puts me on the last car of the sawmill. 0. Overhead. 1. Oh, 1 switched. Oh, that's not cool. Hmm. Look at, he's not using any engine either. Strictly neutral. Is he using the brake at all? Independent brake, train brake. Yep, he's got the train brake on 10% to maintain 25. Yeah, look at that. A little bit of feathering of both. A little bit of train brake on all of that. It's pretty cool. It says track speed is 20 miles per hour. But it says our train is doing 24. Oh, now it's doing 20. Oh, maybe there's some hidden speed limits. Maybe it's 20 through the bends. I don't know. I didn't see any speed limit signs, so it's hard to say. All right, we're on an ad break, so we'll go ahead and do our break. And that'll be the last break of the stream. Hang in there. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for hanging out through the very last break of the stream. Appreciate the support. And it actually did do track switching automatically, even though I wasn't here to see it. I'm sure he came down this way, switched it and all that. So that was all very automatic. I don't have to worry about that, just telling it a waypoint. So waypoint assignment and glad handing is all I have to do. That one looks like it's on fire. Perfect. All right, we can leave that one. So as long as we leave the line open, we don't have to handbrake it. All the brakes on the train. All right, we'll switch this back to manual. We'll bring it back into the yard. After we close that, it should be closed. That one's closed. Yep. All right, we don't have to mess with any of those. Don't have to mess with those. That one's fine. That one can pass straight through. Nope, he's not though. Okay, a little bit of brake. Now, we shouldn't have any deliveries. There's nothing at the interchange to deliver. What are we going to use the caboose for? Equipment and operations. Set a train crew to associate a car with a specific job. Oiled, 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 oiled. Oiled. All right, those two, those five, those six are oiled. Ooh, touchy. That one's, those two are oiled. I bet you every one of these need to be oiled. I don't know. No, they were at 97, weren't they? 98, yep. All right, everything's oiled here now. Passengers. Let's head over to Ella Station. And everybody's oiled. There's 0 passengers. There's 4 passengers waiting. So let's get our passengers loaded. to go back to Whittier Depot. All right, and they're loading up. Condition is 100%, 99%. So we actually don't have to worry about repairs so far. Shouldn't have to worry about repairs. Actually, we can take a look at them over here. So the 10-wheeler is 100%, switcher's 99. 93. Okay, so some of the flat cars for the log runs. 93 is not horrible. I won't do repairs until they're down to 80. It does affect their sell value or sale value. So 93% is 486. 96%, which is 3% difference, 497. It's $11 difference for 3% condition. Damaged equipment may perform poorly, pay less. Repairs may be made at engine service facilities. All right, we should be loaded. Well, we've got 46. No passengers waiting. All right. We want this one. And we want to set a waypoint back at Whittier Depot. Yep. And we did determine that it's the end of the train, not the end of the passenger car. So, passenger car fits about here, then engine, then tender. Actually, maybe we can just use this pole. Either the pole or the end of this barn. Let's use the end of this barn, this footstep. Uh-huh. That's me. All right, while that's happening, locations. There's already logs. It's already logs at 12 cars a day. 12 cars, and we've only got 8 cars going in there. Oh, 12 cars per day. Yeah, I'm only doing 8. There's already 30 tons of logs over at L2. So I could actually be servicing all these others. Well, I've only got one slot at the... That's the problem. I've only got one slot at the sawmill. Wonder where the pulpwood goes. P3 and 4 have 1,000 tons of pulpwood ready to go. Okay. There's nothing at the interchange except the caboose. Heating oil? We don't have a contract for that yet. We could do that. $100, $85, and $100. Performance. Is that 4 different contracts? I'm not sure how to read the performance. I guess that's 5 deliveries at 100%. Consumes 8 cars a day, but the log mill or the logging mill will load up 12 cars a day. Car consumption. Car loads produced. Right, so they're producing 12 a day, but we can only consume 8 a day. Let's see how well I judged that. Oh my God, Rocket, that's almost perfect. Amaze, amaze, amaze statement. There they go, they're unloading. So that is a good placement. Front of the passenger car, back of the passenger car. So the back of the tender with the back of the front of the building. Perfect waypoint setting. All right, while those are unloading, I wonder if it'll stop them from... Nope, I can do both at the same time. Can we? 20 more to get off of the car. No, it's going to empty first. And then it'll start filling up. I'll betcha. Yep, how about that? Excellent. How about that? Now we're making some money with passenger service. All right, the Ella Bridge site. Right, there are no cars here because we're waiting for the next delivery of materials. Farm supply, no contract. We should probably do a farm supply. Hey, Mr. Hunter, good evening. How are you doing, sir? That one's got a little ways to go before it's finished. That one's got 8 passengers waiting. Yeah, we're all good in down under hood. We're just figuring out some thingies. Yeah, it's only um it's 7:45 in the morning and we're almost done with everything that we need to do today. The only difference is I haven't got a contract for Ella Farm Supply. I don't know what that contract could be for. We'll go ahead and open it up because we're already doing the we're already got the bridge site underway. Ella Station is whatever those are, lumber and people, passengers. Yeah. Yeah, so I traded in the old jalopy and got another 10-wheeler. Let's see, are we loaded up? We are loaded up. So this is how I'm figuring out a little bit of the automated, what you call it? So instead of being on manual, I put it on waypoint. So all I have to do is choose a waypoint. Oh, end of stream. And we are going to Ella Station. Ella Station. And we're going to deliver passengers. The car is about this long. Actually, I bet you if I lined it up with that telephone pole. And this is not me in here. This is actually the AI doing it. Isn't that cool? And it's doing it more efficiently. It's already up to 35 miles an hour, which is I set the top speed at maximum 35. It gives a status running to waypoint. And it switches the tracks automatically. And you even get little arrows on the track to show you where it's headed. And it maintains the speed and everything all on its own. So we can even, oops. We can even take a peek in here. Whee! And we can see that the throttle is being adjusted automatically. And the train brake is being adjusted automatically. How cool is that? Take a look under the train. And we can even let it go if we wanted to. I'm not sure. I'm pressing the keyboards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 0. Yeah, we're transporting ghosts. But yeah, as far as get up and go speed, it's really quick to get up and go. The braking is fine, and even though we've got a speed limit coming up here, if you watch down here, boom, it automatically adjusts its speed to match the speed limit, so no speeding. So we've got 100% safety. And as soon as we reach the end of the 30 speed limit, boom, right back up to 35. All automatically. So we're a very safe train operation. And we even did this to go get the log. I know, right? We went and got the log run, and it did the log run automatically, all by itself. Went and got a load of logs, and brought it and put it at the sawmill. Did all of its own switching. It was cool. Now this bend is 25. Oh, it's slowing down because we're actually getting to our waypoint. So the waypoint is actually the front of the train and the back of the train, no matter how many cars there are. So the front of this passenger car will stop there, and anywhere I go backwards, it'll be the end of the tender is the back of the waypoint where it stops. Now we've got 48 passengers. And they'll unload. There's 27 passengers waiting here. So it'll start unloading. I can even do the Whittier depot, and it'll load the 27 passengers as soon as these guys are done unloading. All right, so one full rivet. If I wanted that at the center, I should put the waypoint right about there. It's unloading anyway, because as long as it's somewhere on this track, it qualifies as spotted. It's a shame these passengers are only $1 per passenger, because I'm sure the cost of the coal and the water's free, but the cost of the coal, you know, I'm not sure $1 pays for the cost of the coal. But I haven't bought coal yet, so. And look at that. Passengers just start automatically loading. Should be 27 or 28 if one extra shows up. One extra showed up. So what we'll do is we'll pick a waypoint. That'll be the Whittier Depot. That'll be right there. And we will set our waypoint right at the end of that building. And boom. Off he goes. Didn't have to do anything. Well, that's the thing. So even though the waypointing is automatic, you cannot set more than one waypoint. So, yep, we can switch to other cars. So, equipment, let's switch to the switcher. And it's just sitting here on the track ready to go somewhere. You can only set one waypoint. He's actually got nothing to do right now. There's our 8 log cars sitting there unloading. All these are filling up. This one's ready to go to the East Whittier Exchange. You still have to do the glad handing. Even if you're doing waypoints, you still have to do the glad handing. So you don't have to worry about handbrakes on the cars, which this one's got a handbrake that we can release. As long as the air valve is open, which this one is, that means these brakes automatically kick in anyway. So I don't have to worry about setting any handbrakes as long as the air lines are properly, but I still have to manually glad hand them. So for instance, this guy's ready to go. I can decouple him like so. So he's ready to go if I send, which I can do. I can set him to waypoint. And I can tell it to come and get this. So I put the waypoint right at the coupler. And he'll do all the switching. But that's it, one waypoint at a time. You have to wait for him to reach that waypoint and do his thing, and then you have to tell it where you want it to go. I forgot we hit the end of stream 20 minutes ago. Yes, still helpful, still useful. It'll couple up automatically as trains do. You know, all you have to do is, boom, run into them. He's coupled. You still got to glad hand him. You still have to open the airline. Now he's opened. Now I can tell him I want it to go to the interchange. Now, since he's pulling the last car, one car, I'm going to have him pull all the way. The end of the interchange is actually right here. But I'm going to have him pull right to there. And then we'll have to end the stream at that point. Now, one thing I haven't experimented with. Oh, there's our notification. NR17 arrived at Ella Station. Or arrived at its waypoint. So he's unloading passengers. And we've got 48 passengers waiting to go to Ella Station. So I can actually set this. And as soon as they're done unloading, it'll automatically start loading. Boom. And we're going to leave that there because I'm not going to do anything more while we're getting ready to end stream. So one long blast of the horn is stopping. 3 short ones is reversing and going. Now we're going to do one test after he parks this. We're going to give him a destination to come up to here and see if he backs out and goes around or whether he tries to plow through it. So he'll have 2 rails that are blocked. And then we'll have to end the stream. I want to end the stream before we get to the next ad break. Okay, he has stopped. So let us disconnect the coupler. All right, now let's give it a waypoint. Right there. All right, let's see what happens. He's reversing. How about that? And he's going to come all the way to the back. Perfect. Look at that. So it will detect whether a rail is blocked by a car and find a path to get to its destination. And because we are in rail yards, they usually stay around 16 to 20 miles per hour. Now, let's see if he comes all the way down here or whether he just uses this switch right here. Looks like he's going to come all the way back. Nope. There he goes. Switched. What do you know? Okay, so we're learning things about the game that are quite handy. And I can cancel at any time. Ooh, he's going up to 30 miles an hour in the rail yard. Oh, well, this is actually considered, this is the interchange. No, he's on the interchange. I guess these two rails are main rails. But anyway, the back of the tender will end up on the waypoint. But we're not going to do that. As soon as he gets up to the oil, I'm going to cancel his waypoint. That's good. Okay. All done. That's it for now. Do a save, or actually a quit and a save. Very, very cool stuff. So that will make it a bit easier to handle multiple trains. And get our tasks done properly before the end of the day. All right, then. Let's get over to... let's get to our stopwatch and reset that. And then let's move on over. Look how beautiful. It's almost like a photograph. Almost like a photograph. How nice is that? What are we up to? We were supposed to head to 79 degrees, and bam, we hit 79 degrees. And we're going to start out at 56 degrees in the morning. Nice and crispy like I like it. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. And, yeah, let's give you guys some raiding tools so that we can go raid somebody. We'll see who's doing what, where, and why, and then we'll just annoy them with a nice big raid. So the first set is for subscribers. The second set is for non-subscribers. Just copy and paste whichever one. Thank you, Space Rats. Just copy and paste whichever one applies to you. And let's take a look and see who is doing the thing with the thing in the place and all that goodness. Oh, YOLO's playing an interesting game. We'd like to go to Wild Allen doing a train game, but he has raids turned off, so no raiding allowed. What does that leave us with? That is... Wally's doing some Planet Crafter. I think we're going to go visit YOLO because he's doing a new game I'd be interested in. So we'll get him loaded up. Thanks, everybody, for coming along, supporting the stream. Super, super appreciate it. And that takes care of our Waffles Wednesday. Tomorrow we'll be on for Thirsty Thursday. And, yeah, just stand by for the raid. And we're going to go on over and take a look at all of the official thank yous to everybody. Especially Mr. Hunter, a wonderful, huge supporter of the stream. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks for everybody that came by to watch the worst stream on the internet. Mr. Hunter, Mr. Zombie, Masked Bandit, Cyber Slayer, Mr. Tibbs, Twisted X Gaming, Wicket, YOLO, and thanks for the raid from Cyber Slayer. Appreciate it very much. And the new follow from Space Rats Gaming. Thank you very much. All right, we've got our raid loaded up. We are ready to go. Hang in there for the raid so we can share some love with the next streamer. That's it from me. I'm Rocket Wolf in the Rocket Wolf Studios. Raid is loaded up, and I'll see ya.